lost passport, visa adjudications, international child custody disputes, international adoptions, or support in emergency situations. And I will just tell you that I have had all of those examples in my office. But we will turn to you for information and assistance in resolving these kinds of challenges. Mr. Bozell, as the chairman indicated, our relationship with South Africa is at a challenging inflection point. I don't share this administration's view that South Africa has committed genocide against white Afrikaners. I think this is a dangerous slope, and I think this kind of attack only helps spread anti-American sentiments and promotes China and makes our country less safe. We need strong relationships with our allies and partners to confront the PRC, to build economic prosperity, and to strengthen trade ties. Mr. Ghalib, I must say I have grave concerns about some of the statements that you have made, particularly those that seem to justify the October 7th attack against Israel. Local reporting quotes you as saying that reports of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th were lies and deception. I can tell you I have seen video, and I am very clear that those were not lies and deception. I find the statement offensive, if true, and I'm sure that many of my colleagues here today, some of whom have traveled to Israel in the wake of the attacks, would agree. Today, I expect to hear from you an unequivocal condemnation of the horrific crimes committed on October the 7th. Mr. Leon, Spain is an important NATO ally and a bilateral partner for the U.S. So today, I hope you'll address how you plan to foster that partnership if confirmed. And finally, Mr. Christensen, Bangladesh is a country undergoing immense change, and I'm pleased that you've served in the Indo-Pacific region before, and in fact that you've served in Bangladesh before. Your knowledge and expertise will be essential in helping us address regional security and migration issues. So again, thank you to all of our nominees. I look forward to hearing from you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. I'm going to start with Ms. Namdar. So if, oh, I've got a couple of introductions, sorry. Senator Lee, you're up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is my honor and great pleasure to introduce and offer my wholehearted support for the nomination of my friend, Mr. Brent Bozell, to be the U.S. Ambassador to South Africa. Mr. Bozell has spent his entire life defending truth and exemplifying the values of our great nation. His life's work has shaped the media landscape in a favorable way, in a way reflecting his unwavering commitment to free speech, to individual liberty, and to private enterprise. Brent's been an America First pioneer from the very beginning and a lifelong champion of the freedoms that we hold dear. He founded the Media Research Center in 1987. Ever since then, the Media Research Center has successfully archived, recorded, and monitored hundreds of thousands of hours of televised media. In the era of the internet, it's also documented thousands of cases of online censorship. We owe a great debt of gratitude to the MRC and to Mr. Bozell for the data and myriad educational resources that have shaped the press and online platforms, and done so in a way consistent with the First Amendment, where the antidote to problematic speech is more speech, not censorship. Besides his success at MRC and related activities, Mr. Bozell is an esteemed author, columnist, and publisher. As a writer, he's authored a national bestseller, and his biweekly column appeared for 25 years across numerous major outlets throughout the country. He holds a degree in history from the University of Dallas and was awarded an honorary PhD by his alma mater in 2015. But of all these achievements, his most remarkable endeavor is his family. He's a dedicated husband, father of 5 children, and grandfather of 17 children, 17 grandchildren. I have no doubt that upon his confirmation, Mr. Bozell will build upon our relationship with South Africa and enhance American interests in Pretoria. We're at a crossroads with that particular strategic partner, and it's more important than ever for the U.S. to craft a rigorous diplomatic strategy in and related to South Africa. What was once the party of Nelson Mandela, the African National Congress, has now lost ground in South Africa, and the coalition government is on a course that could upend decades of democratic progress and unravel the U.S.-South African relationship in significant ways, from the unjust treatment of Afrikaners to leading the unfounded case against Israel's defensive war in Gaza. I trust that Mr. Bozell can chart a new course, one that prioritizes U.S. interests first and foremost, advocates for the fair treatment of minority Afrikaners, and stands with our ally, Israel. There's great potential for deepening economic development and security cooperation with South Africa, and I'm more than confident that Mr. Bozell has the experience, the tenacity, the personal skills to realize this potential. It really is a privilege to know Mr. Bozell and to witness his successes firsthand. He'll be an asset to the America First foreign policy vision. And I look forward to each of you getting to know him today, as I have, and even more so to his confirmation to serve in South Africa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It's my honor today to introduce my friend and Floridian, Benjamin Leon, who was wisely nominated by President Trump to be the U.S. Ambassador to Spain. He is supported today by his family, and I'm honored to have him in front of this committee as he prepares to represent our great state, the Cuban-American community, and the United States on the world stage. I'm lucky to have known Ben for many years. He is the embodiment of the American dream, having arrived in the United States after fleeing Cuba's illegitimate and repressive regime with his family when he was just a teenager. From nothing, he built successful businesses while giving back to his community and pursuing philanthropic opportunities. He's built one of the premier healthcare companies in the United States. His businesses have positively impacted the lives of thousands of Americans in the Miami-Dade County area and continue to grow. But his talent isn't limited to the private sector. He's clearly willing to give back and serve the nation and allowed him to live his dreams. His work ethic, sharp mind, and love of his country and community will serve him well as a U.S. ambassador. He has deep family ties to Spain and will bring an understanding of its culture and heritage to this role. I am confident that he has the qualities and experience necessary for this role to enact President Trump and Secretary Rubio's America First agenda, ensure Spain is a fair partner to the United States. He will serve President Trump and the American people well in this role. Then you have my complete support, and to my colleagues on this committee, I urge you to join me in supporting his confirmation.
Thanks so much, Senator Scott. We will now hear from Ms. Namdar. You're up. Give us 5 minutes of your best.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee, I'm honored to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to serve as the Assistant Secretary of State for Consular Affairs. I'm grateful to the President and to Secretary Rubio for their confidence in me. I would like to thank my family for their constant support. As the daughter of Iranian immigrants and a proud native of Texas, my commitment to public service is rooted in the opportunities this country has afforded me and my family. I'm deeply honored to be in a position to give back. I want to say thank you to the American people for this great opportunity. I have founded and led businesses, practiced law both in Washington, D.C. and Texas, and dedicated much of my academic and professional life to national security and human rights, areas that lie central to the work of the State Department. If confirmed, I will lead the Bureau of Consular Affairs with a mission rooted in the national interest. As Secretary Rubio has articulated, every policy we pursue must answer 3 key questions. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? The Bureau of Consular Affairs is at the heart of that mission. If confirmed, I will focus on 3 strategic priorities. First and foremost, the safety and security of American citizens overseas. If confirmed, I will prioritize ensuring that no American is left behind. Whether it's a passport lost in a remote city or a loved one wrongfully detained by a hostile regime, every American abroad deserves the full support and attention of their government. Under President Trump's leadership, we have seen the safe return of dozens of Americans through a decisive and unapologetic defense of American citizens. I will work closely with our Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, the National Security Council, and our embassies worldwide to bring wrongfully detained and illegally detained Americans home and prevent future cases through diplomacy, deterrence, and enhanced consular support. Americans must know that their government will never forget them, will never stop fighting for them, and never negotiate from a position of weakness when their freedom is at stake. That is the standard we must meet. While the world has become safer under President Trump's leadership, crises and conflicts continue to arise, which demand vigilance and swift action. During the June crisis in the Middle East, the dedicated men and women of the State Department, and particularly the Bureau of Consular Affairs, worked tirelessly around the clock to assist impacted Americans. They remain ready to assist American citizens and their loved ones whenever the next global crisis occurs. Second, upholding and improving the integrity of our immigration system is a critical national security priority. Every visa adjudication impacts national security and public safety. It is essential that our consular officers are equipped with the resources and support necessary to perform their duties effectively. As Secretary Rubio has emphasized, consular officers have the responsibility to ensure that visas are issued only to individuals who meet the criteria and do not pose a threat to the United States or our interests. Under President Trump's leadership, the border is the most secure it has ever been. The Bureau of Consular Affairs, in collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement officials, works tirelessly to uphold the President's commitment to a safer and more secure homeland. I remain steadfast to ensure that the privilege of a U.S. visa is granted only to those who meet the qualifications, that visa holders adhere to the terms of their visas, and that individuals who violate those terms or disregard U.S. laws will lose the privilege of holding a U.S. visa. Visa decisions can also make the United States more prosperous. Qualified tourists, students, temporary workers, and professionals who follow the law and return to their home countries all contribute to making America great. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that President Trump's priority of making the 2026 FIFA World Cup the greatest sporting event in history draws millions of spectators and fans to our cities. Third, efficiency in our operations. Innovating the Bureau of Consular Affairs, or innovation in the Bureau of Consular Affairs is essential. It not only enhances the safety of Americans, but also improves services to the American people, more than 51% of whom now hold a U.S. passport. A prime example of these efforts is the introduction of the online passport renewal system. The timely and efficient improvements to our passport services will be a pillar of my focus to ensure that the Bureau of Consular Affairs remains committed to security, efficiency, and exceptional customer service for the American people. Finally, I recognize that the success of consular affairs depends not only on the sound policy and capable execution of our team, but also on strong and transparent partnership with Congress. Whether it involves a constituent's passport emergency, a child abduction, or the detention of an American overseas, I understand the urgency and the human stakes behind each case. If confirmed, I will ensure that your inquiries are met with transparency, responsiveness, and a spirit of shared service to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll turn now to Mr. Bozell.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee. I'm honored to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to be the next U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of South Africa. I'm thankful to the President and to Secretary Rubio for their visionary leadership and the trust they've placed in me through my nomination. I would like first to acknowledge the steadfast love and support of my extraordinary wife, Norma, who is seated behind me, my 5 children, one of who is here, their 4 spouses, and our 17 grandchildren. Each one is a blessing from heaven. I come from a family devoted to public service. My father spent his life advocating for America to regain her moral footing. My uncle, William F. Buckley, was the intellectual leader of the modern conservative movement. My uncle, James L. Buckley, served his country as Undersecretary of State, federal judge, and in the position he most cherished, United States Senator. Although I started my career in politics at the National Conservative Political Action Committee and have led many other political groups, my experience transcends politics. The late Senator Joe Lieberman and I disagreed on most everything politically, yet he was my champion in the nonpartisan clarion call to restore decency to television. The late Senator Gaylord Nelson and I were in opposite corners during the Contra War in Nicaragua, but when I formed an international commission to bring free and fair elections to that country, he was my co-chairman. I've also served as bipartisan presidential election observer in Nicaragua in 1990 and again in 1992 in Guatemala. I know when and how to put political differences aside to advance a greater good. If confirmed, I will approach my ambassadorship with respect for the South African people. South Africa is our largest trading partner on the African continent, and more than 500 businesses in South Africa employ over 250,000 South Africans. I take seriously my responsibility for ensuring the safety of the nearly 400,000 American citizens who annually visit South Africa, the 30,000 who live there, and for the care of the hardworking diplomats at our U.S. Embassy and consulates. I come before you at a challenging moment for U.S.-South Africa relations. The President has expressed serious concerns about South Africa that for too long have been unaddressed. When people and businesses in South Africa believe their private property rights are at risk, when many South Africans feel unsafe in their homes, when rampant corruption and unfair business practices hold back the South African economy, and when South African politicians greet as friends those who seek to destabilize the world's peace and security, then common ground between our two countries feels harder to find. If confirmed as ambassador, in addition to supporting U.S. citizens in South Africa, I will work on the following priorities. I will communicate our objections to South Africa's geostrategic drift from non-alignment toward our competitors, including Russia, China, and Iran. I'll press South Africa to end proceedings against Israel before the International Court of Justice and to pressure the International Criminal Court prosecutor to discontinue this lawfare, which is belied by Israel's support for the ceasefire in Gaza and commitment to the rules of war throughout the conflict. Second, I will advance the President's invitation to Afrikaners who wish to flee unjust racial discrimination. I will explore how we can support the South African government in making sure all South Africans can thrive free from the threat of violence. I will support the President's call for the South African government to rescind its support for the expropriation of private property without compensation. Finally, I will advocate for business interests by promoting fair trade practices and reduce barriers that will level the playing field for U.S. companies and empower South Africa as an engine of economic growth, creating a more prosperous future for both our countries. It's essential to actively engage on areas of disagreement while seeking opportunities to foster mutual benefit. I see the real opportunity for lasting partnership. Distinguished senators, I appreciate your time today. If confirmed, it would be the honor of a lifetime to serve my country and this administration. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bozell. Mr. Leon.
Chairman Rich, Ranking Member.
You need your, there you go.
Chairman Rich, Ranking Member Shaheen, and members of the committee. It is a great honor and privilege to appear before you today as a United States Ambassador nominee to Spain and Andorra. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I am humbled by the confidence President Trump and Secretary Rubio have shown in me. At the outset, I want to thank my wife and family who are present here today for their love and support, which is always with me. I am grateful as well to the members of my parents who overcame great challenges to start anew in the United States. In 1961, we came to Miami from Cuba to begin a new life in this line of opportunity. My father and I worked together to build a successful healthcare business and create a model of accessible and high-quality medical care. I believe my background in business will prove essential. As the founder of Leon Medical Centers, I have spent decades fostering a healthcare network that provides essential services to the community in Miami. I've also supported Miami-Dade College, where my contribution established the Benjamin Leon School of Nursing to bring needed talent to the nursing profession. I am also proud of my support to Casa Cuba at Florida International University, a project celebrating Cuban culture, history, and traditions. And as the founder of Bezelou Collection, have made significant contributions to the equestrian world. Our purebred Paso Fino horses, a breed whose Spanish origin underscores the close, lasting ties between Spain and the Western Hemisphere, competing high-profile events, showcasing the patience and strategic vision that I bring to all endeavors. I recognize the importance of our profound and historic relationship with Spain, one built on shared values, mutual respect, and a deep cultural connection. If confirmed, I commit to use the skills I have honed over many years, strategic planning, communication, negotiation, to build an even stronger relationship between the United States and our important ally, Spain. Spain played a crucial role in the American Revolution, providing vital support to achieve our independence. The Spanish forces captured West Florida, securing the southern supply route and the Mississippi River. Spain also provided essential funds and supplies, including financing the final siege of Yorktown with gold and silver from Havana, then Spanish Cuba. Our shared history is a testament to the strength of our alliance and shared values, including the promotion of democracy, free speech, and human rights. These principles guide our bilateral relationship and our efforts to safeguard national security. As ambassador, I would work tirelessly to strengthen this vital relationship, focusing on 4 key priorities. First, I will prioritize the well-being and safety of all American citizens living and traveling through Spain and Andorra. Second, I will enhance economic and trade relations between our two nations. Our economic partnership is already strong. We have a trade surplus with Spain, and we are Spain's largest investor. I will prioritize initiatives that further promote trade in Spain with Andorra. By fostering economic cooperation, we can create jobs and promote innovation on both sides of the Atlantic. Third, I will deepen our security and defense cooperation. Spain is a key NATO ally and host to thousands of our troops. Our collaboration on security matters is essential for maintaining stability in Europe and beyond. I will work to strengthen our defense partnership, including increasing Spanish defense spending and investments and continuing to join military exercises. Enhancing our security ties will help address common threats such as terrorism and cyber attacks. Finally, if confirmed, drawing on my unique background as a Cuban exile, I will advocate for the promotion of human rights, democratic values, and the rule of law. I will support efforts with Spain towards a more just and democratic world. This includes advocating for the rights of the Cuban people and supporting Spain's efforts to uphold democratic principles. I look forward to working with the government of Spain, civil society, and the private sector to build and upon our already strong bilateral relations and expand the political, commercial, educational, cultural, and artistic ties between our countries. I also look forward to fostering our relationship with the Principality of Andorra to further our joint goals of supporting democracy, human rights, and financial transparency. In closing, I will work closely with this body and all members of Congress to ensure your concerns are addressed, and that we work together to advance U.S. interests while strengthening our partnership with Spain and Andorra. I am committed to serving the United States with dedication and integrity. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Mr. Christensen.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to be the United States Ambassador to the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I am honored by this nomination and grateful to President Trump and Secretary Rubio for the trust and confidence they have shown in me. If confirmed, I look forward to working closely with you to advance U.S. foreign policy interests in Bangladesh. Thank you to my wife, Deanne, who is here with me today. For the past 2 decades, she has joined me around the world, from San Salvador to Dhaka to Omaha, and I am grateful for her sacrifice and support across my diplomatic career. Bangladesh, the 8th most populous country in the world, often does not receive the attention it deserves, as it is overshadowed by its even larger neighbors. With my over 20 years of experience working on U.S. policy towards Bangladesh across my Foreign Service career, including a prior tour in Dhaka, I understand well its importance and the significant U.S. interests there. Bangladesh's strategic location makes it an important participant in an open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. Bangladesh is also at a pivotal point. Student-led protests in August 2024 brought down a government that had been in power for 15 years. The people of Bangladesh will go to the polls early next year, the country's most consequential election in decades, to choose a new government and a new path forward. The United States supports Bangladesh in its journey towards a bright and democratic future. If confirmed, I look forward to leading the Embassy Dhaka team to build strong ties with both the current interim government and its democratically elected successor to advance the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship. Often referred to as one of the new Asian tigers, Bangladesh shows significant economic potential. Having overcome tremendous challenges, Bangladesh is now on the cusp of graduation from least developed country status, a true tribute to the resilience and perseverance of the Bangladeshi people. If confirmed, I will work to promote opportunities for U.S. business, reduce trade barriers in the trade deficit, and strengthen U.S.-Bangladesh economic ties. For over 8 years now, Bangladesh has hosted one of the largest refugee populations in the world. Nearly 1.3 million Rohingya currently live in the Cox's Bazar area of Bangladesh after fleeing their homes in Burma's Rakhine State. Bangladesh and the international community, led by the United States, have done a remarkable job supporting the Rohingya people since 2017. I have been to the Rohingya camps myself, seen the work for myself, and spoken to the Rohingya people. The disproportionate effort by the United States to fund the response, however, is not sustainable. We need more countries to increase financial support to ease the burden on us. It will also be important to work through the United Nations and other partners to streamline operations, reduce duplication of effort, and deliver aid more efficiently. If confirmed, I will work with the government of Bangladesh, the international community, and colleagues across the U.S. government, including this committee, on a viable and enduring way forward. If confirmed, it would be an honor to return to Bangladesh as ambassador to lead the talented men and women of U.S. Embassy Dhaka and advance the U.S.-Bangladesh partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. Mr. Ghalib.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. It is a great honor to be nominated by President Trump to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to the state of Kuwait. If confirmed, I pledge to work to advance the interests of the United States and strengthen the enduring U.S.-Kuwaiti partnership. Kuwait is a critical ally in a region of strategic importance to the United States. Our relationship is built on shared interest and mutual respect. It is my goal to deepen this partnership across various domains, including security, economic cooperation, political dialogue, and cultural exchange, all while ensuring our efforts directly benefit America. I appreciate the trust President Trump and Secretary Rubio have placed in me. We may come from different communities with different backgrounds, but serving and representing the interests of the American people is our ultimate common goal. We may also have different views about some topics, and that's normal for us as Americans. Otherwise, the First Amendment would be meaningless. Our greatest American values are freedom, democracy, and equality before the law. These values are essential and define our American identity. However, we know these values are not universal, and that billions of people around the world do not enjoy the rights and freedoms we have. We must therefore be practical and realistic in how to engage the world to advance U.S. interests. I believe my life journey is an inspirational one that defines what the American dream can look like. In December 1997, I came to the United States as a teenager, leaving my entire family behind in Yemen. The last words I heard from my dad while giving me a farewell hug were, "Son, you are now going to be the backbone of the family, so make us proud." When I arrived in the U.S., I had no choice but to start work immediately. My first job in the United States was in an auto parts factory. I understood the value of an education, and even with a demanding full-time job, I completed my last year of high school. I started college in 2001, wanting to study political science. My family, friends, and teachers advised me otherwise. They convinced me I had no future in politics in the United States due to my background and accent, especially after 9/11. I decided to go for medicine, and for 10 years, that's what I studied. I was the first in my family to graduate from high school, earn a few bachelor's degrees, seek master-level education, and a professional doctorate-level education in medical school, all of which happened without a social support system. My family and I are very proud of my journey, which started as a farmer in Yemen, to an auto worker, to a healthcare professional, to the mayor of my city, and if confirmed, to a U.S. ambassador to the state of Kuwait. This could not have been possible without the support of my family, especially my wife and 3 daughters who are watching me now and waiting to celebrate my confirmation. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the people who came to support me from different states. And as I was looking and meeting them outside, they all almost are Democrats coming to support me. Isn't that interesting, Senator Shaheen? My pathway would not be possible in most countries, and I'm deeply appreciative of the incredible opportunities the United States has provided me with. Kuwait is a close partner for stability and security in the region. Kuwait holds 6 to 7% of the world's proven oil reserve, has one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world, invests hundreds of billions of dollars in the United States, hosts the 4th largest overseas U.S. military presence, and is a significant humanitarian aid donor worldwide. If confirmed, one of my priorities as ambassador will be to enhance our security cooperation with Kuwait. The United States and Kuwait have a long history of military cooperation, and it's essential that we continue to build on this foundation. In line with President Trump's priorities, I will work closely with the Kuwaiti officials to ensure our joint efforts in counterterrorism, defense, security, and regional stability are robust and effective. Economic cooperation is another cornerstone of our relationship. The United States and Kuwait have a strong trade ties, but there is significant potential for growth. I will prioritize efforts to expand bilateral trade, investments, create jobs in the United States, advocating for a level playing field for U.S. business in Kuwait, and addressing any barriers to trade and investments will enrich both our economies. If confirmed, I will engage Kuwaiti officials to address Iran's destabilizing activities in the region. My utmost duty is the safety and security of the American people and service members in Kuwait. By working together, we can enhance our collective security and ensure the destruction and chaos caused by Iran does not jeopardize prosperity and security in the Middle East. I am committed to implementing President Trump's priorities and ensuring that our efforts in Kuwait align with broader U.S. foreign policy goals. I look forward to working with the members of this committee as well as with our partners in Kuwait to achieve these goals. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ghalib. We're now going to do a round of questions, 5 minutes each, starting with myself, then to Senator Shaheen, and back and forth between the R's and the D's. So with that, Mr. Leon, I'd like to start with you. One of my strongest concerns, and I think shared by most people on this dais, is our NATO relationship, which over the years has been there, got a little stale, but with the Russian attack on Ukraine has been greatly re-energized. Today, NATO is stronger than it's ever been. A good share of that is due to President Trump's constant reminder to them that this is an association where we're all bound together by a common goal, and that is the NATO treaty. The NATO treaty, of course, we all agreed that we would pull the wagon together for NATO purposes. As we tried to add Sweden and Finland, which we eventually got done, we were frustrated by a couple of members dragging their feet on it and pursuing their own interests rather than pulling the wagon together with the rest of NATO. We're now getting the same thing with Spain. They're the only NATO country that has refused to commit to the 5% defense amount. This is a matter of particular importance to not only the president, but everyone here. And I hope you'll speak frankly to them and be able to persuade them that if they want to belong to NATO, they need to act like a NATO ally. And that is when 31 other countries say they're going to spend 5% on defense, which is absolutely critical, they need to do the same thing. Can you tell me how you might go about that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's a very important question, and it's a great challenge. It's really concerning that after Mr. Pedro Sanchez committed in the meeting they had in France, I believe, to that all European nations, including Spain, would actually come up to the 5%. Only to now claim that they're only going to go to the 2%. I will work diligently with the government of Spain to make them understand that that's a huge mistake, because they've always been a great partner to the United States for almost for a lifetime. Like they have been a great host to our military for 70 years, and so on. We know the rest of it. But I will work diligently with the government of Spain in order to have it reverse that policy and fulfill the commitment that Spain, through its prime minister, made in France to the 5%.
I hope you'll convey to the Spanish what a major problem this is, and how great a concern it is for not only the President of the United States, but also for Congress. And I would assume they have a clear understanding of how important the membership in NATO is to themselves. And I hope you'll underscore that, and I hope you carry that message to them for us. Well, thank you. Ms. Namdar, having acted as Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs in the past, it's good to have you going there, because we got some problems going on there, as you know. And backlogs are a real problem, and it is, you don't deal as much with policy, but you do deal with the mechanics, which are just as important as policy to people that are trying to get it done. So I want to underscore a couple things for you. The J-1 visas are incredibly important to a lot of business concerns in the United States. Virtually everywhere, people are having difficulty getting workers, and the J-1 is particularly helpful in certain industries. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I agree with you. Consular Services and Consular Affairs is an extremely important bureau. I think it can be a tool of diplomacy and a tool of policy, depending on who is using it, and I think the Secretary and the President will probably want to do that and make sure that we effectively implement the President's policies through Consular Affairs. I think the J-1 visas and all other visas will be implemented as efficiently as possible. I'm, as you know, not in the Bureau now. I've had experience there, but when and if confirmed, I look forward to looking into that issue for you.
Well, we look forward to you getting there and moving, take a strong message to them. We need help, and they're very important to us. The other category is the religious workers visa. They've recategorized that. I don't know if you know this or not. There is great concern around the country because there are a lot of religious workers here in the various religious organizations in America, and their visas are going to expire on January 1 because they haven't been able to get them renewed. Do you know anything about that problem?
As you know, I'm not yet confirmed, Senator, but I'm happy to.
But are you aware of the problem?
I've heard that there is a question about it, but I haven't been tracking it closely, sir.
We're going to get in touch with you because it is a serious problem, and it is widespread throughout the United States. And I'm surprised you haven't heard about it because it is of serious concern. So we'll be talking.
Sounds great.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ghalib, I want to begin with you. And I think we all appreciate that you have a very inspiring personal story. But I am, as I said in my opening remarks, very concerned about some of the statements that you have made and, frankly, what appear to be anti-Semitic views. The local news outlet in your city reported in October of 2023 that you claim that reports of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th were, and I quote, a campaign of lies and deception, and that there wasn't, quote, any evidence to support that these crimes occurred against victims. What's even more concerning is that when you met with my staff before this hearing, you didn't deny that you said those statements, which if that's true, I appreciate that at least you were honest about it, but you reiterated that you believe there was no evidence of sexual violence against victims of December the 7th. Now, as my staff relayed to you, there is well-documented evidence evidence that I have seen personally, that Hamas terrorists deliberately use sexual violence against women and children. I was also disappointed to hear that you appointed an individual to the City Planning Commission who stated that the Holocaust was God's, quote, God's advanced punishment of the chosen people for the savagery they're committing today against the innocent Palestinian children and civilians. You called Saddam Hussein a martyr after Iran fired missiles at American troops in Iraq. And you liked a tweet that compared Jews to monkeys. Now, I appreciate what you said in your opening statement about one of the areas of greatness about the United States is that we allow freedom of speech and that we do have different views. But that's different than representing the United States government and the official policies of the United States government, particularly overseas. So how do you assure this committee, how do you assure Americans of all religions and backgrounds, both here and in Kuwait, if you are confirmed, that you will represent them equally, especially after those kinds of comments that you've made?
Thank you, Senator Shaheen, for these important points that I want to clarify. First, I would like to mention first that I totally condemn what happened on October 7, all kinds of abuses. What happened, conversation between me and your staff was like that I was not aware of some, that I have not seen myself stuff, but I told them clearly, I clearly condemn all kinds of abuses. And October 7 was a horrible day and a tragic day, and all the atrocities that happened after is because of that day. Now, let me be clear. As the mayor of my city in February of 2022, the second month I assumed the office, I passed a resolution that was passed unanimously to condemn anti-Semitism after the attack on the Jewish synagogue in Texas. And the Jewish community leaders came to me and thanked me, and they said to the news that this is the only city that passed a resolution without them asking us to do so. So that's how I represent people in my official capacity. Some of these social media posts were during as a private citizen, because I became the mayor in 2022, and I can assure you that the media was biased in translating these posts. They were misinterpreted, they were taken out of context, and I'm happy to go over them like I did with your staff and others to explain. In fact, there were some responses, even though I acknowledge I used between 2010 to 2020 as a private citizen to acknowledge every comment, even if it's directed to me. Doesn't mean that I agree with that. But as I was going through the comments, there was a comment that says, you can say this in your country, but not in this country. It wasn't translated by the media because they wanted to selectively make it look like I acknowledge the comment. But in fact, if you translate the responses, they will clearly indicate that I was against that. Yes, it was a bad habit to acknowledge every comment. Every post I had from 2010 to 2020, I used to acknowledge. That's a bad habit that I had. I agree. When it comes to Saddam, I was angry on the day of January 7, 2020, when our military bases were attacked by the Iranian and there was no response. I understand the president came out to say that they informed us before, so they wanted to have some credibility. But before I heard that, I was angry that our military bases were attacked without a response. And in a moment of anger, I complimented Saddam because he kept Iran in check. And probably that's the only positive thing he did in his life. He was no question, he was a dictator. He committed a lot of crimes, including the invasion of Kuwait. And if that description in a moment of anger offended anybody, I'm willing to apologize, especially to the Kuwaiti people. No, I'm not very adamant about it. And like I said, probably the only positive thing he did is to stop the spread of the Iranian regime ideology in the Middle East.
Well, Mr. Ghalib, I'm in politics. I understand. The press doesn't always accurately represent what we say. However, that doesn't explain the comments you made to my staff, nor the direct quotes from your hometown news outlet about sexual violence on October the 7th. You haven't, the fact that you represented to my staff that there was no documented evidence of that just shows to me a lack of recognition of what was going on. And as I said, as a private citizen, it's fine for you to have those views. I don't agree with them. I think they're abhorrent, but those are your views. But it's very different when you're an ambassador representing the United States of America, particularly in a country that Saddam Hussein invaded when he was the dictator in Iraq. For you to call him a martyr is unacceptable.
Well, thank you, Senator. Again, let me just explain that I condemn all the atrocities and abuses that happened on October 7. The only reason I did that, and I think it was in front of the protest in front of my office, is because President Biden, in a statement, talked about beheaded babies and stuff. And
Mr. Galib, I don't want to hear you're blaming President Biden or anybody else for those statements. I'm out of time, and I'm sure that my colleagues on the panel will also give you an opportunity to further explain your statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Ricketts.
Well, again, congratulations to all of our nominees and your willingness to serve our great nation and your families who also serve alongside you as you serve our nation. So thank you to them as well. Across the world, I'm going to pick up a theme here from Senator Shaheen. Across the world, anti-Semitic violence is surging at levels that we have not seen in decades. The Combat Anti-Semitism movement recorded 13,339 anti-Semitic incidents worldwide between October 7, 2023 and October 1, 2025. Synagogues have been vandalized in Berlin, Warsaw, and Rouen. In Manchester, worshipers were murdered while observing Yom Kippur. 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed here in Washington, D.C. in May. And Jewish students have been physically attacked across college campuses for expressing their support for Israel. This is a global crisis. We cannot tolerate anti-Semitism. President Trump's vision for the Middle East is one of historic progress, a vision rooted in peace, stability, and the inclusion of the Jewish state as a legitimate and permanent partner in the region. If we don't combat and stamp out anti-Semitism, I fear for this vision. Mayor Galib, in 2023, you refused to condemn a local candidate who compared Israel's actions to the Holocaust. Do you believe it's appropriate to equate Israel, a democratic ally, defending itself from terrorism with the Nazi regime that systematically murdered 6 million Jews?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. And I actually wanted to clarify that point for Senator Shaheen, if you like to hear that. That person is a volunteer in the Planning Commission. I did not. He's not an official employee with the city. He's been volunteering for years, even with the prior administration. And I clearly said to the media that I condemned what he said, and I don't agree with him. But it's a volunteer position that they meet once a month. And I, as a mayor, my position is an honorary position because it's a city manager system. Everything I do is subject to approval by the city council. I don't have the absolute power to fire or hire without the approval of the city council. But I clearly told the news that I don't agree with what he said, and I totally condemn that.
Mm-hmm. Another threat that we're facing is Communist China. Mr. Christensen, Bangladesh's military-to-military cooperation with Communist China is growing. Communist China recently refurbished a strategic Bangladeshi submarine base to accommodate both warships and submarines. And just this month, Bangladesh's interim government has reportedly approved a plan to acquire up to 20 Chinese-made J-10 fighter jets. They will also acquire new surface-to-air missiles and long-range radars. If finalized, this sale would lock Dhaka into decades-long financial and strategic relationship with the Chinese defense industry. If you're confirmed, how would you engage with Bangladesh's military and political leadership to discourage further reliance on Chinese platforms to promote greater transparency in their defense and procurement process?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. I share your concern about Chinese influence across South Asia, and if confirmed, I would engage with the Bangladeshi government and the military to clearly articulate the risks from Chinese activity, involvement with their military, activities in their maritime domain, and in their critical infrastructure, as well as highlight the opportunities and benefits that come with a closer partnership with the United States, especially a closer partnership between our militaries.
This hearing here comes as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee's just advanced the Think Twice Act yesterday by voice vote. This is bipartisan legislation that requires a comprehensive strategy to dissuade countries like Bangladesh from purchasing Chinese weapons. It is critical that we get this bill across the finish line so we can combat Beijing's growing influence through arms sales. And so, Mr. Christensen, I hope that we can provide you that as one of the tools when you're working with the Bangladeshi government. What are other things that we can do? What are all terms we have to the Chinese defense sales in South Asia that you would employ as ambassador?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. One of the things that we can do through our U.S. military groups is also highlight some of the allied systems that might be more affordable for a country like Bangladesh that may not be able to afford the premier U.S. military systems, as well as encourage their interoperability with other platforms as we conduct additional exercises with them.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. I also might note that you mentioned Omaha in your opening statement, along with Dhaka, and that you previously had been at the United States Strategic Command, so I hope you enjoyed your stay in my home state while you were there.
We loved it, Senator.
Great. Thank you.
That's the right answer. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boesel, in February of this year, President Trump made the legally and morally absurd claim that the government of South Africa was engaged in genocide against Afrikaners there. And if confirmed, you, of course, would be our ambassador to South Africa. So I have a pretty straightforward question. Do you agree that that claim was absurd?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. My answer to you is this. If you were to talk to those people who are involved, they fear...
Mr. Boesel, I'm sorry. Genocide is a legally defined issue. No. It's not a question of someone's impression. There's a legal definition for it. To your knowledge, has the State Department legal advisor concluded that the government of South Africa is engaged in genocide?
Senator, I don't know that answer, but Senator...
No, it's a straightforward question. I'm not going to... It's a straightforward question. There's a legal definition of genocide. I want to know if you agree that that's an absurd claim made by the President of the United States.
Senator, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't address it that way.
The President, of course, is reported to be engaged right now in reducing the number of refugees that can come into the United States to something around 7,500. And that the overwhelming majority of those would be Afrikaner or white South Africans. That, in my view, is a gross misuse of our policies. Do you agree that we should not have a refugee policy, admission policy, that's based on race?
Senator, in South Africa...
No, I'm asking you if we should have a refugee admission policy based on race. Again, it's a simple question, sir.
Senator, I'm trying to answer it.
Yes or no? Should we have one based on race?
In South Africa, you have thousands of attacks that have taken place against white farmers. They fear for their lives. What the president is saying is that they can come to the United States as refugees if they fear for their lives.
Right. So that's not an answer to my question. There is a legal criteria for people being admitted to the United States. My question was that based on reports, very credible reports, the Trump administration is talking about making it a cap worldwide of refugees and making almost all of them Afrikaners, white South Africans. I know you don't want to answer the question. That sounds like a race-based refugee
Senator, I
policy
can't answer. I'm sorry, I can't answer the question. I'm not privy to that. I don't know the answer.
Do you agree?
I don't know the answer about
camps.
camps.
This is a question. It's apart from South Africa. Do you believe we should have a race-based refugee admissions policy? Yes or no?
I believe that in South Africa.
No, that wasn't my
white
question.
Afrikaners
You're going to be a
are threatened.
representative of the United States overseas if you're confirmed.
But
All
my
right, let me
focus,
go on.
Senator-
The whole issue of South Africa is not new to you. And back in the 1980s, I happened to be a staff member on this committee when this committee passed the comprehensive anti-apartheid legislation, sanctions against South Africa. As I look at your comments from that period, you were not supportive of that effort. Is that a fair characterization of your statement? I'm being very broad.
I'm not aware of what you did, Senator, but I can tell you what our position was as conservatives back in the 1980s. ANC and Nelson Mandela at that time were aligned with the Soviet Union, which was the biggest threat to peace in the world and the mortal enemy of the United States. As such, we were in opposition.
Okay.
I think, Senator, at the same time, it's an extraordinary evolution that 10 years later, approximately, when the wall came down and that association ended, so too did the relationship that the conservative movement had with Nelson Mandela. If I'm asked today, who do I think is the most revered person in South Africa? Who do I have the most respect for? It would be Nelson Mandela.
Okay, because you've criticized others for what you call sort of the glorification of Nelson Mandela, as you know. So it's interesting to hear that statement today. Let me just say in closing, I think at that time you worked with then Senator Jesse Helms to have a hearing that actually objected to the Reagan administration's decision to send an emissary to meet with the ANC. That was after this committee on a bipartisan basis, led by Senator Lugar, passed the sanctions bill. I think you probably were very strongly opposed to that bill, but in my view, that bill was one of the great things this committee did on a bipartisan basis, and that helped bring apartheid to an end. And people who oppose that have to live with the idea that there could still be an apartheid regime in South Africa today, but for that legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to each of you for your willingness to serve. Mr. Bozell, let's start with you. One of the many challenges we face on the world stage today involves critical minerals, critical materials from all over the place. And some of this relates to mining, some of it relates to processing. But we've got a large geopolitical adversary, China, that has tried to establish its own form of hegemony. We're at a corporate player operating within the United States as such. It would be in violation of all kinds of antitrust laws with both civil and criminal ramifications. It's a little bit different when that's a foreign sovereign nation. Meanwhile, South Africa, the country where you'll be serving, should you be confirmed here, is a mineral-rich nation with significant capacity in terms of mining and also in terms of processing. Well, the U.S., of course, has an interest in maintaining clear supply chains and in competing more effectively in the processing domain, while South Africa, mineral wealth can drive economic development within the country. So I think we both have a lot to gain by a strategic partnership when it comes to those matters. What role do you see minerals, particularly when it comes to processing of minerals, playing in the near to intermediate term future in terms of the U.S.-South Africa relationship?
Thank you, Senator, for that question, because it's very important. South Africa has some of the greatest reserves of some of the most important minerals in the world. It has 89% of the reserves of platinum groups. It has 70% of the reserves of magnesium, 44% of the reserves of chromium, and all manner of other things. What has been happening is that China has been using unfair business practices to make deals with the South Africans to take their raw minerals, send them to China, refine them, and increase their value dramatically and increase the control that China has on these critical reserves that the United States needs. What we propose to do is to allow South Africa to process and to enrich their own minerals. The way that has to happen is through a partnership. with the United States. There is right now, as an example, there's a company from Indiana called ReElement Technologies. It's working with a South African company, Navarra, I believe it's called, with a $100 million investment in a plant that will do just that. Now, what happens at the end of the day? At the end of the day, both sides are winners because we get a great investment and great investments, and then the South Africans get to have the refined minerals that they can sell at a much higher price. There are challenges, however, in this, and they have to be addressed. The electrical grid in South Africa is a huge problem. Eskom it's been a combination of poor management, infrastructure collapsing, and corruption and theft. That system, they're now doing what's called load shedding, I think it's called, where it's rolling blackouts or brownouts in the country. It's very difficult for an American company to think, I want to bring a lot of assets and invest if I can't turn the lights on. So that has to be addressed.
Right. Processing is certainly an energy-intensive endeavor and can't be done if you're constantly losing power. But yeah, you make some great points there, and particularly if those jobs can stay in South Africa.
Correct.
That's great for South Africa's economy on many levels.
And Senator, to expand on that, well, the problem that we have is China brings in its workers and takes out its workers. The United States hires South Africans, and that's why with 250,000 South Africans are now employed because of American businesses. It could rise dramatically, and that, if I'm confirmed as ambassador, that is one of the messages that I'll be taking.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now, as you know, South Africa, on a different note, is leading the case in the International Court of Justice against Israel for genocide, and also making the case publicly on many occasions that what happens in Israel is akin to apartheid. Now, this carries special significance given that it's South Africa and South Africa's own experience with that. But it seems to me that this is missing some points. I mean, there's some vast differences that make this rather unlike what South Africa experienced. Including the fact that you've got Arab Israelis, among whom are Muslims, Christians, and a number of Druze, who are full citizens of Israel. I mean, that seems rather unlike apartheid to me. How would you use your role as the U.S. ambassador to South Africa to help stand up for our ally Israel in that regard?
Senator, thank you for that. It's important. What South Africa did in leading the charge against Israel in the International Court of Justice was an injustice. It's going to be a top priority because the president has made it a top priority, and the president has told me it's a top priority to do something about that, to get South Africa, not just on that issue, but there are other issues. For example, just recently, South Africa engaged in naval exercises with Iran, the archenemy of Israel. That was completely unnecessary to do unless South Africa is making a decision to go in a very, very dangerous direction. If confirmed, I will be taking the president's message to them that we find it intolerable that they would work against American national interests. Our alliance with Israel is ironclad. They are one of our greatest friends in the world. The president's going to stand by Israel, and that means we have to address this with South Africa.
Indeed.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Chair Risch. Ranking Member Shaheen for holding this hearing. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. I want to spend my time speaking to on Mr. Ghalib and then to some other issues that we have, particularly in Nevada. But building on Senator Shaheen's comments, as the co-founder and co-chair of the Bipartisan Senate Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, I do want to take a moment to focus on what you have said. As an elected official, you had a responsibility to work with your constituents to eliminate hatred from communities, all hatred from communities, but instead you chose to inflame divisions and traffic in anti-Semitism. You liked a Facebook comment comparing Jews to monkeys. You characterize leaders you don't like as becoming Jewish. As mayor, you failed to comment after one of your political appointees suggested the Holocaust was, quote, advance punishment, end quote, for the war in Gaza. And you denied that Hamas used sexual violence as a weapon of war on October 7th. Now, you can disagree with the Israeli government, but peddling anti-Semitism in such a public manner as an elected official, as a community leader, is beyond the pale. Given these other statements, I will not be supporting your nomination. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And if you are confirmed, I want you to remember this, sir. You will be an ambassador for the United States of America. And thus, as ambassador, we must show respect to everyone. You must lead in a way that shows respect and commands respect in return. We'll be watching to see if that happens. Now I'm going to move on to something that is extremely important to my state of Nevada, visa processing. You're smiling, you know where this is going, because, Nevada is known for being a top tourist destination. Of course, so many beautiful places in the United States and around the world, but Nevada's economy relies on travelers who come to our state from around the world for conventions, trade shows, world-class entertainment events, and I have to say 3-time WNBA champs. There you go. But this year, the business and professional events industry will employ over 285,000 Nevadans and generate more than $43 billion in direct spending statewide. Therefore, Nevada relies on reasonable visa interview and processing wait times. So while the State Department has made significant progress in reducing visitor visa wait times in recent years, we know there's more to do. So, Ms. Namdar, as the U.S. prepares to host a decade of major global events in both leisure and business and travel, we have Olympics coming and so many others, all of this plays a major role in our economy. And so I want to ask you, I have a couple other questions on this, so briefly if you would mention, how are you going to ensure those reasonable wait times for U.S. visas, and specifically, what goals will you set for the Bureau of Consular Affairs in 2025 for business and tourist visa interviews and processing? My state depends on it, and so many others.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think your statements are valid, of course. We want to make sure that processing times are as low as humanly possible. I'm not yet in the role. I can promise you, when and if confirmed, I will look into making everything as efficient as I possibly can.
Will you commit to coming to my office and talking about what we're seeing in Nevada with sports, tourism, entertainment, travel, and maybe we can work on a few of those?
I'm happy to come speak with you, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move on then and ask you some more questions, because on Wednesday, Joel Rayburn's nomination advanced out of this committee with my support. Some people have said you believe you can be dual-hatted as the senior bureau official at NEA and the Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs until Mr. Rayburn is confirmed and makes his way to Foggy Bottom. Again, he was just passed out of committee. I supported him. Given the enormous responsibility for both roles, I don't believe it's in the taxpayers' interest to have you overseeing both bureaus. They're so important. So you are nominated for one role and one role only. So will you commit to only fulfilling the role you're nominated for, if confirmed?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I mean, I think that's a hypothetical. I don't think that anybody has asked me to do that at this point, and frankly,
so you'll commit to just doing the role that you're confirmed for?
I'm going to do whatever the Secretary of State and the President of the United States ask me to do. If they ask me to serve in both capacities in an interim until
we are confirming you for one role.
Yes,
we have the advice and consent. You will be confirmed, hired for this job nominated by the administration, hired for the job by the United States Senate and this committee. I voted for someone to be in the other job, asking you if you will do the job you're confirmed for.
Of course, I will do the job that I am confirmed for, and I will help the administration in any way that I can until the nominee for that position is also confirmed.
Thank you. I have some questions for the record about Afghan refugees who helped us in the war in Afghanistan. I will submit those for the record, talking about the special immigrant visa program. It's really important, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you to our witnesses today for your willingness to serve. Mr. Glebe, I was a member of the 82nd Airborne Division that actually helped oust Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, you referred to Saddam Hussein sympathetically as a martyr, which has some significance given that you'd be the United States' highest-ranking diplomat in Kuwait, a country that was invaded by Saddam. How do you justify calling Saddam Hussein a martyr to us, but also to the people of Kuwait?
Thank you, Senator. I explained earlier that post was in January 7, 2020. I was a private citizen before. It wasn't in my official capacity, and it was the day when the American military bases in Iraq were attacked by Iran. I was angry that we did not respond to the Iranian regime. And so in a moment of anger, I recalled and complimented Saddam Hussein for keeping the Iranian regime in check. And I said earlier that probably that's, in his career, that would be the only positive thing he did, and the only thing I would agree with. That, no doubt, he was a dictator. No doubt the invasion of Kuwait was a crime, was a violation of the international law. And for those who are offended by that, and those who suffered from Saddam or lost loved ones, I apologize. I'm not very adamant about describing him like that. But like I said, it was a moment of anger. I know he did a lot of atrocities to his people.
Good. Let me move on to my second question. As a mayor, you repeatedly targeted American ally Israel through your support of boycott, divest, and sanctions movement against Israel. And you called for Israelis to, quote, leave the land, unquote, thereby supporting the end of the state of Israel. So my question to you, given the role you are being nominated for, do you accept President Trump's view that Israel is and should be the national home of the Jewish people?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Let me make it clear that the BDS movement resolution was drafted by a Jewish attorney who is part of the...
This question is, do you agree or do you disagree with President Trump's view that Israel is and should be the national home of the Jewish people? Just a yes or no.
Well, thank you, Senator. That, I think at this point we have a peace plan that everybody in the region agreed on.
There's no yes or no. You didn't. Do you agree with the President's position or not?
I think everybody, we can coexist in the region, and that's the answer, that everybody has the right to exist now.
Well, no, that's not the President's position. Do you agree with the President's
I trust the President's policies, and I will support his policies.
Okay, let me move to my third question. Yeah. And I want you to take a minute and really try to explain this to me. In 2025, so this is this year, you liked a Facebook comment referring to Jews as, quote, monkeys, unquote, who levy taxes on the, quote, the air we breathe, unquote. Now, I heard you say before that you have this habit that you acknowledge all of the posts, but I don't totally understand that. So could you please provide an explanation for the rationale of liking this comment, and do you agree with that comment?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. First of all, let's correct the misinformation. It's very disturbing. That comment was when I was a private citizen about 6 or 7 years ago. It wasn't this year. It was under a post that I posted as a private citizen, and part of my bad habits of acknowledging reading those posts. But in the responses, I told the guy, you cannot say this in the United States of America. You can say, the media did not translate that response. So it wasn't to 2025. That's misinformation. And just by making assumptions and judging my intentions based on social media posts in the past, I would recommend that you look at the facts and judge my actions.
I'm asking for the facts. So would you like to clarify, do you agree with that statement?
No, definitely, I totally disagree.
And how would you respond to the fact that you liked it in the moment? What is your response to that specific comment now?
At that moment, I responded that this is not appropriate to say this, but in my official capacity, I responded in 2021-22, in the second month of assuming the mayor office, by passing a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism, and that was complemented by the Jewish community. That's how I perform in my official capacity, and I represent everyone. And at the end, I'm a Semite. The Arabs are Semite. Do we read history? How can we be anti-Semite? And I think, like I said, judge my actions and not my intentions, because we have to lay down the facts. You know, Senator Shaheen earlier said that I hired someone after he said, no, that guy has been serving in the city for the past...
Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boesel, I wanted to give you a second chance to answer a question that Senator Van Hollen put to you. I don't want to litigate the specific question of the persecution of the Afrikaner people. That's a policy that the administration has announced that I understand you will support. But Senator Van Hollen asked you a really simple question, like a layup question, and it is concerning to me that you couldn't give an easy, straight answer. He asked you, should we have a race-based refugee admissions policy as a nation? In other words, do you support having a refugee admissions policy that admits white refugees only? So let me ask you that question again. I don't want to get into the specifics of the Afrikaner issue. Do you support having a refugee admissions policy in this country that only admits white refugees?
Senator, I don't make that policy.
Well, but it's really important. But I think this is if I were to ask this question of virtually any nominee to be an ambassador prior to this panel, that would be an easy layup answer. No, of course we don't support having a refugee policy where we only admit white people. So why can't you give me your personal view on that?
Because, Senator, I am here to serve America and to do what the president is asking me to do. I'll be following the executive order of February.
Would you support reinstituting laws in this country to only allow white people to vote?
Senator, I'm going to serve as ambassador to South Africa, and I'm going to focus on that.
You will not share your personal views on whether it is right or wrong to reinstitute discriminatory policies in this country to prevent black people from voting?
Senator, my personal views are irrelevant. I am serving here to do what the president is asking me to do in South Africa.
Well, that's just simply not true. The whole reason that you're appearing before this committee is because your personal views, your history is absolutely relevant to your fitness to serve. We wouldn't have this process if your personal views were not relevant. That is pretty stunning that you will not share your views not only on whether we should have a refugee admissions process that is race-based, but you won't share your personal views on whether we should reimpose discriminatory treatment against black Americans. That is absolutely relevant to your qualifications to serve, and your refusal to answer it, I hope, is something that every member of this committee will think about. Mr. Ghalib, I don't think you are qualified to serve in this role, and I think that you have dug your hole deeper today. In response to Senator McCormick's pretty simple question, you refused to support maintaining Israel as a home for the Jewish people. I just don't know how we send an ambassador to the Middle East that doesn't support protecting Israel as a home for the Jewish people. I also just want to make sure that you're being, well, I mean, Senator McCormick asked, you can answer it again, but Senator McCormick asked you that question 3 different times, and you had ample opportunity to state that you believe that Israel should be protected as a home for the Jewish people.
Can I clarify that now?
I mean, I think it's pretty important to understand your views on this. Pretty stunning that you weren't able to answer that question 3 times when asked by Senator McCormick.
Well, I supported the president's plan, which means that there would be a solution.
It doesn't matter to me whether you support the president's plan. Again, this idea that your personal views don't matter is ridiculous. Do you believe that Israel should be protected as a home for the Jewish people?
I believe that, and I believe it can be a home for the Jewish and the Arabs and the Muslims and the Christian as well. And that's why it's a diverse land for the 3 major religions. I think they can coexist, all the nations in the Middle East, based on the peace plan of President Trump that I support strongly.
I just want to ask you to present something to the committee. You've been asked questions today about your refusal to condemn this outrageous statement by a member of your city government. The statement, again, is the Holocaust was God's advanced punishment of the chosen people for the savagery that they've committed against the innocent Palestinian children and civilians. You were asked to comment on this. You refused to comment on it. I think that's disqualifying in and of itself. But in earlier questioning, you said that you did condemn it at the time. We have seen no evidence of that.
Senator,
So is there evidence that you condemned that at the time?
I did tell the media that I don't agree with them and I condemn. They were concerned about disciplining.
And there's evidence of that? You could present this committee with those media reports?
I would, and I say it now, let me be clear. I condemn that and I disagree with them. Their concerns was to why didn't I fire him? He's a volunteer in the planning commission.
I'm simply asking you, we have not seen any evidence that you publicly condemned that post. If you have claimed that you did in a public way.
I did disagree with him.
I'm simply asking you to submit that information for the record because we have not seen that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, I want to ask you about another one before moving on to other witnesses. In a Facebook post that you put up in November of 2023, you praised the actions of Houthi rebels in hijacking and kidnapping the crew of the cargo ship, the Galaxy Leader, and noted, quote, the kidnapped ship doesn't fly the Israeli flag, but it's painted completely with it, blue and white colors only, close quote. Do you continue to support actions by the Houthis, who are a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, in kidnapping innocent merchant sailors and disrupting shipping in the Red Sea?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. If you go over my social media since 2011, you would know how strong opponent and how much I disagree with the Houthi to the point where I cannot travel to Yemen. I'm in their blacklist. I mean, it's so.
So are you denying that you posted a Facebook post celebrating the kidnapping by the Houthis of the particular crew of this ship, the Galaxy Leader?
I don't think it's a celebration. This is assumptions that's making. I disagree with attacking the ships and disrupting.
But are you denying that you posted what I just read to you?
I think there was a post, but it seems like it's taken out of context. Maybe I commented on.
Well, I'll share it with the colleagues before we take up your nomination in committee. Mr. Bozell, I also just want to echo what Senator Murphy said. It is an easy question. It's a layup when you're asked the question of should our refugee programs be race-based. Our Constitution in the 14th Amendment says all persons, not all citizens, all persons in this country are entitled to equal protection of the laws. You'll take an oath. You'll take an oath to support that Constitution should you be confirmed. It's not a hard question, and your unwillingness to answer it is very troubling. I want to ask you this. Are you aware of the Freedom Plus Party in South African politics?
No, Senator.
Okay, I'll tell you, the Freedom Plus Party is an Afrikaner political party that has the most representation of Afrikaners in the South African parliament, and that is part of the national unity government. It was a party that used to be in opposition, but since 2024 has been part of the national unity government. The Afrikaners that President Trump believes are being persecuted are actually represented by a party that made the decision to join the national unity government, and I think that's something you should pay some attention to. Ms. Namdar, I want to return to the questions that were being asked by Senator Rosen about visas. Really, really important work. During a hearing here on July 16, Michael Regas, who's the Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, was asked a number of questions about how rifts and firings were affecting the State Department, and in particular were affecting the issue of consular affairs and visa issues. We asked, based on these rifts, who would absorb these functions. You would agree with me that passport and visa fraud prevention is very important to our national security, correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Of course, all of our visa and passport services are important to national security.
And do you know, as you are nominated for this position, who is going to absorb the functions that have been made more complicated by the significant rifts within the visa and consular area?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As you know, I'm not yet confirmed, so I I'm not privy to the information that you're citing. I'm very happy to look into it when and if I'm lucky enough to be confirmed.
Let me ask you another question. My staff has heard informally, I have a lot of State Department folks that live in Virginia, so we get a lot of stuff coming in over the transom, that the State Department is breaking a longstanding practice and no longer evaluating dual citizens for wrongful detention determinations under the Levinson Act. Do you know what the Levinson Act is?
I'm not familiar, sir, but I haven't heard anything about what you've just stated.
The Levinson Act was signed into law in late 2020, and it provides a framework for the Secretary of State to review cases to make a wrongful detention determination for U.S. nationals. And the Act does not allow for a distinction between a U.S. national and a U.S. national who has dual citizenship. Have you heard anything about the State Department making a determination to no longer pursue wrongful detention cases for U.S. nationals who also have dual citizenship in other nations?
Thank you for the question. I am not familiar with what you've cited. I'm happy to look into it when and if confirmed.
If confirmed, will you ensure that the United States follows the Levinson Act?
If confirmed, I will ensure that I try to comply with all laws.
And you will work to ensure that the administration does not discriminate against U.S. nationals who also have dual citizenship?
I don't believe this administration would discriminate against anybody, and I will work to uphold all laws.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cruz, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Galib, I am concerned that your stated public positions are markedly in conflict with the views of President Trump and with the positions of the United States. So I want to spend some time talking about your views. Let's talk first about boycott, divestment, and sanctions of Israel. During your tenure as mayor, the Hamtramck City Council passed a resolution supporting the boycott of Israel, divestment from Israel, and sanctions of Israel. Do you support boycotting Israel?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So, as a mayor, my position is an honorary position, and it's a city manager system in our government, city government. So, the Jewish Voice for Peace group drafted that resolution, came and convinced the city council to unanimously vote for that.
So you voted for it?
I didn't vote for it because I only vote if there's a tie. So it wasn't my idea, it wasn't my initiative. It was the Jewish Voice group.
Did you support it at the time?
I didn't support it. I didn't vote for it.
Did
it wasn't my
it?
idea.
Did you oppose it?
I didn't have to vote at the time. So
do you support boycotting Israel right now?
Senator, we don't have any companies that deal with Israel in our city.
Okay, with respect, you're not answering my question.
I don't.
As a policy matter, do you support BDS? Do you support boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning? Under your leadership, the city you were leading became the first American city in the whole country to pass a BDS resolution, and I'm asking if you support the policy that you put in place.
I didn't put it in place, and I don't support it, but it was, like I said, drafted
So your testimony here today is you do not support BDS, you do not support boycotting Israel, divesting from Israel, or sanctioning Israel.
Yes, sir. It was drafted by a Jewish attorney, voted unanimously by the city council.
All right, let's move then to the Abraham Accords. In August of 2020, you posted harsh criticism of President Trump's push to normalize relations between Israel and the UAE. You said that it was a threat to stability and a cause for mourning. Do you continue to oppose the Abraham Accords?
I don't recall writing that, Senator, but at the time, as you know, I was opposed to the president. Up until 2024, I was still not a supporter of President Trump until...
so you opposed President Trump. My question is, do you oppose the Abraham Accords?
No, Senator. I think there's a great opportunity at this time to have a growing momentum and to move with the President Trump peace plan. And there's a great opportunity that we can treat everybody fairly and accomplish regional stability, a long-term, everlasting peace, and get everybody involved in this.
So in the same post, you described Saddam Hussein as a martyr. Do you continue to believe Saddam Hussein was a martyr?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. This is the third time I'm asked, and as I said, I was a private citizen in 2020.
Just asking your views.
Yes, thank you. I will clarify that. It was the day of January 7, 2020, when our military bases were attacked by Iran, and in a moment of anger because we didn't respond.
So I asked you about today. Do you continue to believe Saddam Hussein was a martyr today?
Senator, I don't think that, no doubt that Saddam was a dictator. And I said it earlier, if this offended anybody who suffered from Saddam, who lost a loved one, I apologize about that.
Okay, so you're not answering my question. Do you believe today that Saddam Hussein was a martyr? That's a yes or no.
I mean, I can say no. It wouldn't matter. He's in God's hand. He will get the treatment he deserves. I'm not.
All right, in August of 2020, you posted that the Muslim Brotherhood was an inspiration. Do you continue to believe the Muslim Brotherhood is an inspiration?
Thank you, Senator. I think a lot of my posts were written in Arabic and mistranslated. I believe that, you know, it's an ideology. It's not just a group of people. I disagree with a lot of things that they do. Some of them are extremists. Some of them are part of some governments in the Middle East. So I trust our government to do the research and
Okay, again, my question was simple and straightforward. Do you continue to believe the Muslim Brotherhood is an inspiration?
No, I'm not part of it. I don't believe in that. But if
Okay,
anybody
but you did post it in 2020. Let me ask you, how would you be able to serve as an ambassador if President Trump designates the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization? I have legislation to do that. I believe it is likely the Trump administration will designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine.
I would trust the president, and if it's designated, I will be committed to implement President Trump's policies. I'm not, you know, I trust the president's policy, and if confirmed, I will be implementing the policies of the administration. I mean, I wouldn't go against the president and his policies.
Mr. Ghalib, I will say, from your long-standing public positions, it appears you have a deep-felt and passionate view about the Middle East, but it is a view that is in direct conflict with the policy positions of President Trump and this administration. I will point out also that, and you've been asked about this before, but it is really quite astonishing, that on Facebook, you liked a post that called Jews monkeys for their own benefit.
Thank you, Senator.
Why would you like a post that calls Jews monkeys?
Thank you. I explained that earlier. From 2010 to 2000, before I became the mayor, I used to have a bad habit of acknowledging every post, every comment under my post. Doesn't mean that I agree with it, just acknowledging. But there were a response under that was not translated or interpreted that says you can say this in your country but not in this country, which means that I did not agree with that post, even though I acknowledge it. I know it was a bad habit, but let me be clear. I don't agree with that statement, and I treat everybody with respect in my official capacity.
And let's be clear, the statement that you liked said they are all monkeys for their own benefit. So every Jew is a monkey.
I don't agree with that statement, Senator. And the person who wrote it is mentally challenged in our community. He is well known. I used to have this idea of inclusivity in my past, ideology. I changed in 2024. I changed even my party,
Mr. Ghalib, there may well be positions within the Trump administration that you are qualified to perform in that are unrelated to these issues that you have such passionate beliefs about. I believe your beliefs are sincere. I believe that when you became the mayor of the first city in America to pass a BDS resolution, it's because you believe in BDS. I disagree with you on that. That is contrary to the policy of the United States government, but you're entitled to have your own views.
But
what I do not understand is how you could possibly serve as a United States ambassador for President Trump in the Middle East when you have passionate views, including having been a vocal opponent of the Abraham Accords, the singular and most consequential accomplishment President Trump has negotiated, and your longstanding views are to publicly oppose the Abraham Accord.
Thank you, Senator. Let me be clear. I support the Abraham Accord, and I think there's a golden opportunity to get everybody involved in that. And let me be clear, in February of 2022, as the mayor, the first thing I did is to pass a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism. It's documented. That's what I perform in my official capacity. The other things, people are making assumptions based, trying to judge my intention.
I'm curious, would a statement like all Jews are monkeys, would that qualify as anti-Semitism?
Well, that's, somebody wrote it who's mentally challenged.
Now, my question is, does the statement all Jews are monkeys, does that qualify as anti-Semitism?
I don't agree with it, Senator.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
It's definitely anti-Semitism, but clicking on it doesn't mean I endorse it. It's
well,
just
actually, like means exactly that. When you like something, it means you like
Senator,
something.
every post since 2010, every comment, because I used to have like 10, 20 comments, I used to acknowledge it, to read it, but sometimes I would respond under it to oppose it. And there was a response here that wasn't translated by the media that says, you cannot say this in your country. It wasn't translated. And when I met with Senator...
But that's not disagreeing with the statement that all Jews are monkeys.
But let me be clear now, I disagree with that, and
But you didn't at the time.
You are making assumptions, sir.
No, I'm asking. I'm not making an assumption. That's a question.
I did disagree at the time, and I still disagree.
Did you disagree publicly? Did you say a word of disagreement, or was your only public statement a like, which is the universal method of saying you like something and agree with it?
Everybody who asked me, I told them it doesn't mean I endorse it. It's just acknowledging reading it, but I am opposing that, and I make it clear now. I passed a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism in all forms or shape.
So... you mentioned earlier that the posts were in Arabic and they haven't been translated right. I have in my hands right now one of those Arabic posts on August 13th, 2020, and I have the English translation. Among other things, you talk about individuals who died in Egyptian prisons, and you said, quote, "They die to be etched on the pages of history, stained in positions that inspire generations and make millions of Brotherhood fans exposed to a global demonic campaign and unprecedented demonic media infliction. I have only seen such situations in the martyr Saddam Hussein and his companions. May God have mercy on them."
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I was talking about standing firm for the cause of a person doesn't mean I agree with him. I am a strong advocate of democracy in the Middle East. Yes, I was against the military coup, and I believe in democracy. That's the best value that we have, and we want everybody to enjoy that value in the Middle East. So I was advocating for democracy in the Middle East. Doesn't mean that I support certain group, but I support democracy. And
well, as I said, I think your longstanding views are directly contrary to the views and positions of President Trump and to the position of the United States. I, for one, am not going to be able to support your confirmation. I want to enter into the record this post in both the Arabic and English translation. I ask that it be entered into the record.
It'll be entered into the record without objection.
Look, I think the facts here are quite clear, and your longstanding position is directly contrary to that of the President's.
Senator, if confirmed, I will be implementing President Trump's policies with no objections. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for your patience today, your participation, the answers that you provided to the committee. Before closing, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add any letters of support the committee may have received to the record, and those will be admitted into the record without objection. The hearing stands adjourned.